Hello, this is Meri at the.meri.atelier. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. It is Sunday evening, July 26th, and I'm ready to do some art. Let me get out to my channel and let's see what's going on out here. Let me set, while we don't have anybody in here, let me set the quality. Okie dokie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I might be zoomed in just a little, but I'm going to show first off my Tunisian crochet. I'm in Aunt Beck's Creations Tunisian Crochet Along. And this was the first block I did. It is just the plain Tunisian crochet stitch. Looks like I've got a little shadow or something going on down here. This is a very textural yarn. It's kind of a tweed in itself. It's got these little strings in there, and so you'll see little bits sticking out every now and then. I don't mind that. Right up in here, some here, here, and here. So, but I was very happy with this. Very happy with it. This was the second episode, and she just released this last Friday. This is the tweed Tunisian crochet stitch, and I was pretty happy with it. As you can see, I did get better with it up here toward the end. I think my rows are more even up here. Here's where I'm basically learning down in here. Although it's not bad, is it? Welcome everybody who's coming in. Hi Nashwa. Hi Susan Jarrow. Welcome, welcome. Hi Joyce. Hi Elvis. You big sweetie. Aw. Hi Joyce. You always bring me joy. Just reading your name. Welcome, welcome. Hi Riri. Welcome. And there's Jude. Hi Jude. Welcome everybody. Hello, hello. So I am working on a couple side projects with the Tunisian crochet, and one, as I was doing this, I thought how much it looks like the hat that I'm working on. You know, that hat where I colored I didn't bring it in here. I've got just a little left to do on the hat. But I really do like this stitch. Let me get my hook out of here. I like both the back. When you use two different colors, it really, you can really see the tweed. But this I'm working on as a cuff. Since it has its natural curl, I'm going to make a cuff out of it. I don't really wear cuffs, but this looks like it would be really comfortable. So I might start wearing this just for fun of it, just to play. And then I think I'm going to, out of each stitch, we've only done 2 so far, I'm going to make a little block for my stitch row. So that's kind of where I am on this. I don't think I brought my other project in. I was working on a phone holder. It didn't turn out the way I would have liked to have had it turn out, but that's okay. So what I'm thinking that I'm going to do, now Becky and Kathy Whitney thought that they would make a book out of theirs, but I think that they're going to run into some issues. Because look, if you divide this into 4, say we've got 4 blocks, we've already got, and she's got 50 blocks, I think, or 53 blocks she's going to go through, or there's 53 blocks in that book. I don't know if she's going to do them, Becky. But if you look at that, you've already got a good inch out of 4 blocks. Well, a 2-inch block, a 2-inch book would be, a 2-inch would be twice that, which would be 8 blocks. 16 blocks for a 4-inch book. So you're going to have a pretty thick book if you make pages in a book. Now it may work if you use a smaller, I was thinking if you use like a little square like that, I don't know what all the squares is going to be, and then stitch them together in a block. Like say, the size of this block is just about, I'm guessing 5 by 6 or 7. No, I got my ruler wrong. This is 5.5 by 6. So just take a 5 by 5 block. Well, take a 6 because it'll be even. 6 by 6 block. Say you had a 6 by 6 block and you had 2-inch, little 2-inch examples, and if you stitch those together, you could get 9 blocks on a 6-inch block if you worked them correctly. So you might be able to do a couple pages of 9-inch blocks. 9 times 3 would be 27. You could probably do it if you made small blocks. And I'm talking small blocks. 2-inch square, 2-inch, like that. And do 3 across. Or even if you did larger blocks and made 4 to a block, made 8-inch pages, well, make this still 6 and make these 3 by 3, you would get 4 to a block. 4 will go into 51 about 12 times. You'd have 12 blocks. You would still have about a 4-inch book if you did it that way, if you had that many stitches. So I have dismissed doing a book, and you could, if you went smaller, you probably could do, like I said, block it out, 4 to a block. That would work. But what I decided I'm going to do, at least for this, is I'm going to put all my squares in a box. I'm going to label them. I've got some ribbon I'm going to write on, some twill type ribbon, or it's more of a linen ribbon. I'm going to write on ribbon and attach it to each one. And I might even put an index card. Don't you think the back of this tweed stitch is just as striking as the front? I do. And of course these have been blocked, but they're still kind of, Tunisian stitch has a natural roll to it. But I'm happy with them. And really what I want them for is for examples. And then I think I'll make a little journal to go with it. I'm working on that, making a little journal, write down what each block is, maybe number my block up here or put a number on the back, might work. Put a number on the back and maybe label it on the back, what each block is, and just put them flat in the box. And so if I wanted to go through and hunt for a sample, I could just go through the box. So that's what I'm going to do for this project, and I might restart her. Becky did another crochet along just with stitches, and with regular crochet stitches. I might go back and complete that and do the same thing, just for a sample. I'll call it my sample box. So that's where I am with my crochet, Tunisian crochet. Let's see who's come in here. Sheree Haben's here. Hi, Sheree. Jude is here. Becky's here. Hi, Becky. Was talking about Tunisian crochet. Jude. Everybody saying hi. Riri, Susan, Jero. Mitzi. Mitzi. There's Mitzi. Hi, Mitzi. let me zoom out a little because I want to work in this journal. Well, I didn't zoom out, did I? Hold on. It's hard to get the zoom right on this. About like that. This is the hashtag Flea Market Journal Challenge that I'm doing with Susan Hiles, Sheree at Turquoise Dreaming, and Meri at Marie's Miscellany. And Friday was the last one. Well, I missed Friday. You guys know I missed. I had a terrible headache Friday from all this heat. But it's been real cool the last couple days. So I'm going to complete this. The theme was just embellishing the pages, and I've already put a couple things in here. But you're supposed to use flea market items and free stuff. And I'm going to use this for my journal for the last half of 2022. So I have some images here. Let me get them out. I have, talking free, I have a whole box of fussy cuts. And I'm just at random going to go through and put fussy cuts in this journal. And I'll leave some pages blank because, you know, I'll be wanting to use them. So we're going to work on that. And probably work on my boho journal. I'll just do whatever strikes my fancy. Thank you, Jude. Joy says, hi, Susan. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen Mitzi in a while. It's so good to see Mitzi come in here. Hi, Arlene. Mitzi, Mitzi, Mitzi. We've been missing our Mitzi. Kimberly needs to be here. She goes, where's Mitzi? I'll say, you'll have to come in on Sunday evening. Arlene is just going to listen for a little while. Okay, Arlene. Jude says, I did a fiber journal with cotton and fiber, and it worked, but bigger blocks. Bigger blocks, you mean you used big blocks? Was your fiber pretty thin? Tunisian crochet itself is pretty thick. It's a padded stitch, if you ask me. It's a nice, warm, thick stitch. And I really think about 4 blocks is going to take about an inch. But I think there's ways to get around it if you want to do a book. But I think I'm just going to put mine in a box. And then I'll just, you know, I'll use it as a sample box if I want to do something. I'm going to make a little journal to go with it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Hi, Mina. Welcome, Nina. Thank you, Jude. Let's see, did I miss anybody? Sharon Lombard's here. Sharon's here. Oh, let me tell you, Aunt Beck, I was in Craftin' Chat, Ann Laura's Craftin' Chat on Thursday. I just peeked in because we were going to go shopping, grocery shopping, and Becky said, Hobby Lobby has yarn on clearance. They're Yarn Bee yarn. And skeins that were normally $6 were selling for like $1.34. So I said, I'll drive. We're going up to Hobby Lobby. And I think I bought maybe $25 or $30 worth of crochet yarn. I would have bought more, but like I said, my brother was standing behind me. Sharon Lombard is here. Becky said hello. Sherry Habing's here. Who did I miss? Riri's here. Joyce. Susan Jarrow. Jude and Nashwa. I guess I said hello to everybody. I put Becky in, not timeout, but I think I actually hit her. I did something terrible to Becky in the last stream. I really smashed Becky one. All right. So let's just embellish a few of these pages since I have it out. And then I'm going to work on my box. And I'm probably work on the boho journal. I need to turn this other light on. Excuse me if I bump the camera. There. So let's just pull out some fussy cuts here. I want something that will, not too big, but that will be interesting. She looks a little interesting. I might use her. Here's some sort of a lottery. The holder of this ticket is entitled to any prize drawn against said number is a lottery granted by the General Court of the Province of Massachusetts. These are old fussy cuts. Here, I like this bicycle. Watch me spill all of this. I don't know what that is. I don't want big, huge fussy cuts because I want room to... There's Jumbo, the child's giant pet. Where are my little fussy cuts? Ooh, let's use this one. Some action figures. Ringling Brothers Circus. Looks like I was cutting up a history book again. This is Thumbelina. That's kind of cool. I'll save that for the Egyptian. There's Pinocchio. Looks like I was into some movies here. These might all be the big fussy cuts. Hold on here. There's an L. Keep calm and laugh. Keep calm and laugh. I'll put that in my journal. So I'm just going to pull out some fussy cuts to, oh, maybe this for July 4th. The Liberty Bell. Looks like it was the front of a magazine, part of the magazine there. The label. That's cool, but that's bigger than I want. There's another bicycle, some lambs. I think these are all my large ones here. I don't really want large ones. Hey, little kitten, are you tired? Aw, a big eye. Another kitten. I was saving outfits here for paper dolls. Not into putting those into my journal. I think these are all the bigger ones. Henry and the Playhouse. I think that's Henry Fonda. Red, white, and blue. We'll do that for July. Spend your time well. Let's just keep digging here. I'm sure to find something I like. The castle. This is Glen Erie. This is in Colorado Springs. This is Glen Erie. Glen Erie. I've been there. In fact, I stood right in that corner with a long, pretty dress on. We dressed up one evening for an evening meal, and I had this gown that I got it at Miller and Payne in Lincoln, and I wanted it so bad. And I finally got it. I wore it right there, and I was in this real long, pretty gown standing right there. I have a picture of it someplace. The castle. Yeah. an owl. Here's some little ones. Well, those are Halloween. Not sure what that is. Princess and the Pea. Oh, am I behind? The Princess and the Pea? That illustration that I saved out. Where? This one? The Princess and the Pea. What did I call it? I don't know what I called it. She's sleeping on all those mattresses and she felt a pea. This bed is awfully uncomfortable. Some dolphins. Looks like some sort of a turtle, I think. Yeah, it's a turtle. Heinz ketchup. Diner. Good day. Say good morning to a good day. I think my little ones are down here further. It's an elephant. I like that. I don't know if I'll use it. Let's just... Oh, look, a seahorse. We'll save him out. Now I'm into the animals, I think. Some animals. A dog. Dog. Might save that one. A horse. Oh, dearie me. Here's another circus one. P.T. Barnum's pretty circus wagon. I don't want big pages. Trick or treat. Looks like an anteater, maybe. Here, I like these buildings. Another dog. I haven't been through these a long time. I think my little ones might be down at the bottom. Just take a bunch of these out. Some comic strips. Andy. Ann and Andy. The first, one of the first mobile homes, I guess. I think I separated my big ones from my small ones, and these might be the big ones. I think these are all big. There's a man and a woman. 12-month calendar. Fun by nature. I'll save that one. I'm not going to use all of these. I'm just looking. More calendar. Here's another floral. All right, that's enough. Let's put these back. And these are free. Oh, look, here's an iron bank, I think. Always save that. These are free. That's the object of the flea market journal challenge. These are all fussy cuts. But I think these are larger ones. Some I still need to fussy cut. Some I just animals and people and Christmas and Easter and stuff like that. Here's some pop bottle. I guess they're beer cans. No, there's cream of soda, Heinz root beer. And these are pop bottles, bubble up. Hold the phone. Let me put these back in here. Thumbelina. Oh, Thumbelina? Hi, Shannon Art Junkie. Welcome, welcome. Becky says, hi, everybody. Hi, y'all. Hi, Amber. Pam. Which Pam came in? Dixie Doodles. Jude. Nina. Made by Pam. Hi, Pam. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Mitzi says, it's so good to be here. All right, let's just add a few in here. I'm not gonna go crazy over all of this. This is where I spilled some ink. We'll just use this as a glue paper, I guess. Let's start out with a lamb. No, let's start out with a flower pot. Now, see, I get picky. Let's start out with Thumbelina or Princess and the Pea. We'll put her on the front page. All right. I'll move this over a little. And I'm just going to use my glue stick, and we're just going to do a few. The object is to use free ephemera. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll just put her right on the page, right here. And I might doodle around the border, but not tonight. But just to add my own art to this. Is that crooked? Is that crooked or is that crooked? Let's turn it a bit more that way. There we go. And what else do I have here? Let's just flip to different pages in here. See, I've already got some art in here, pockets, some of my pages. This was either German or Swiss or something, so yeah, I'm gonna have trouble here. Let's see. Well, let's do this one. Tire swing with, or a tire with flowers hanging out of it. We could actually put that on an onion skin page. Ooh, that might look good here. Maybe over a little. I like it right here, I think. That's where it's going to go. So I am going, this is the last week for this. The first week was, I think, the first week was an announcement. The second week was do the cover, and I did that. The third week was put in the pages, pockets, belly bands, that type of thing. I did a bobby pin embellishment. And now I think this is the fourth and final week of this. I don't think I skipped a week. I'll have to check. But it's used freebie ephemera. And I thought fussy cuts might look good in here. Oh, I like this town. I like these town buildings. I love old towns. Looks like it's up in the mountains someplace. Here, I'm gonna... I'm going to snip here. I'm going to snip some of the mountains, that ground away. So I hope everyone's been doing good. We get Central Air Tuesday. They're going to be here at 8 o'clock. So I will probably stream until about 7:45 on Tuesday. I usually go until 9. But I don't want to be in here while they're hammering away. Or whatever they're doing. Because they're going to be working right below me. So I'll probably quit a bit early Tuesday. Tuesday morning. Kathy Berg usually comes on at 9. I don't know if I did that right, but there it is. I think I cut the side of that roof off, but that's okay. I think I'll just put it in a space in here. Not going to worry about stuff too much here. Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Deliberately Creative. Welcome, welcome. Howdy Popo. Susan. Howdy Popo. Hello, lady. Oh, Popo, have you seen my caboodle that I'm working on? My boho? I got it right here. Let me put this in and I'll show Susan my... I think I will... Let's see, today is what? The 26th. I've got 4 days to work on it, but I made a lot of progress in it. I'm almost there. I keep thinking of things to add. Let's put this right in. Now, I don't see this as a finished journal per se because I'll be working... Come on. I will be working... That's gonna go. That's not straight, Mary. Oh. I'm doing disastrous things to these buildings. It asked me if I wanted to give myself a super tip sticker. I bumped the phone over here. Come on, Mary, you can do better than this. It's kind of an irregular piece to put in. Yeah. Let's trim this off. Good enough. I think I got glue in there. Put some bubbles in there. Here's my boho journal. And we put beading on the side. I've made a big tag here. And the last I did in this was make clusters that I'm putting on the sides here. Oops, this one's got to go this way. And I have some pictures that I matted. And I'm putting in the pages here. This light layout's done. I think all of these are done. I just have some extra pictures. And I need to do something. Here's where I made a boho paper doll. She goes in there. I need to fill these pockets yet and do the back. So if I work hard, I might get that done. Stephanie says, I need to buckle down and get my art journal started. I have all the best intentions. Boy, I'll tell you, I know Stephanie. Stephanie is deliberately creative. I like this picture. Western Union. I guess that's a singing telegram. Here's the bobby pin embellishment that I made. I actually put that on a flap here. I got a flap like that, and it's a hidden bobby pin. I can't see it with this light. There we go. You can put it like that and then put a picture in there. Like that. And then I did this is some paper I got from Johnny. It's got writing on the back of it. I thought it would look good in here. And these were out of a collage book from Annie V. I'm looking for a good place to put these singing telegram ladies. Maybe right here. Yep. See, this is onion skin paper. That came from Johnny too. Pam says, it's been a long time since I've done any art journaling. What have you been doing, Pam? Have you been working on other things? Tell us. We want to know what where has your creative zone gone to? If you're doing other things, that counts. Like Becky has us all doing this Tunisian crochet. That's not art journaling, although I think I'm going to make some small samples and put on my stitch roll. Let's put it right there. I kind of like how that shows through on the back. It says, oh, it's kilowatt, something about kilowatts there. Hi, Janet Baum. There's Janet. Hi, Janet. Oh, it's so good to see Janet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, you guys, it's good to see all of you. Mitzi and Stephanie and Made by Pam and Hottie Popo and Janet. Yay! I thought I lost some of you guys forever. I didn't know if I was ever going to see you again. I have the clock, the seahorse, the castle. This just brings back memories. College days. I went down there with some college friends. It's west of Colorado Springs. I'm going to have to trim a little of it off unless I put it that way. Let's hold that one out. Spend your time well. 2018. Well, I guess I better cut off 2018. That's kind of a long gone year. There, spend your time well. Should have left room for this. Spend your time well. I think I'll put it right there. Spend your time well. I want to leave blank pages in here because I want to be able to do whatever I'm doing in here at the time. So it looks like I have things on every page about maybe something in here. What do I have yet? I have this beautiful flower. I fussy cut this. Come on. I have that. You know, that might look good on an onion skin. No. Ooh, it might look good over here, but I don't want to cover up all the white barn, blue barn. Let's see what else. Where can I put this? I could put it on one of these. I kind of like the text behind it. It kind of obliterates the column, but it fits on here. Almost fits. I'm going to put it there. It's so good to see you all. Uh-oh. I don't want to tear it. I have to be careful that I don't tear it. Usually these delicate parts tear off for me when I'm doing this sort of thing. All the delicate parts. Alright, let's see what I've done here. And I'm just going to put it right in the center. Sort of like that. And it got a little, I don't think that that's going to stay, but I was so tired yesterday. Let me tell you, everything I did yesterday. My brother got up and he was in his granddaughter's wedding party. So he had to get down to their place by 10 o'clock in the morning. So right as he left, I went out and I weeded my flower garden. I weeded my wildflower garden that was, I call it the weed garden, wildflower weeds. And I pulled out all the grasses and weeds. I left what I thought was flowers that aren't blooming yet. It's hard to tell with wildflowers because you don't know what they put in. I know I have a sunflower growing. And I promised my brother when it got too big I'd cut it out because he doesn't like sunflowers in the garden. And I got done with that, and we had gone to Menards, and I got some wave petunias in 8-inch pots that were on sale for $3.50, and that was a pretty good deal. I think I'm going to cut this Liberty Bell because it's got the label there, and I think I'm just going to cut it here. Cut most of that label off. It still looks like a bell. This'll be for, we could just, no, I want to write there. Let's go to the back. Well, this'll be in November back here. So I do want it toward the front, but whatever. Amber says, let's see, what is Amber saying? I haven't done this yet, but Dee Dee says it's a good idea to do an idea journal. Oh, an idea journal. Society of Idea Collectors. Yep, Dee Dee is the Society of Idea Collector Queen. She's the one who inspired me to do. This is my one that I started in January of 2021. It's almost full. And this is my idea collector. These are some of Dee Dee's lists that she inspired in January. People, places, things, occupation, transportation, people. I did famous people here. These are some lists that I did, inspired by Dee Dee. Calligraphy. This is the occupation, the transportation. This one I hate. You were supposed to take 5 things, and I got a jellyfish, a parking lot, water can, a policeman, a power chair, and a fuchsia. And I've got this jellyfish that's watering plants under the ocean in his wheelchair. And let's see. Dee Dee, Society of Idea Collector homework. 5 to 10 quotes. And then choose 5 to 10 quotes. I think I got 5, and then you're supposed to illustrate it. And I think I did Einstein here someplace. I might have done him in my art journal. I did an Einstein. I think I took Albert Einstein quote. The important thing is to not stop questioning. Curiosity is its own reason for existing. And it's a big long quote. And here we made up a recipe. And here we did a mind map. A fabric. Take a piece of fabric that you like and mind map with questions. Here I wanted to do a Charlie Brown tree, and I did do that, and I threw it away just after Christmas of this past year. These are papers. We did this one, I think, in our class. I mean, in our chat. I'm not sure. Papers used in art journaling and mixed media. Got all the different types of papers that we use. I can't remember. I did a paper mind map here. No, I think I did this for a project that I did on YouTube on a challenge thing. Then I did a list of lists, and I only got to page 30. Here's a mind map of projects using colors, copper, salmon, and cream. Some of these journals I must have done. Here's my Thomas Edison sketch, Society of Idea Collector, where you're doing different art. Here's a mosaic. This was inspired by looking at an old Roman piece. Week 8. List your favorite art books. Pick one from that list and draw inspiration from something in that book. Use that inspiration to sketch, draw, create something. And there's some lettering styles. What was this? I can't remember. I think this was looking at mosaics. And it had all these little squares. I lost a square there. I did a mosaic. Oh, here, it's this one. Weekly idea number 9, Dee Dee's, was doing Society of Idea Collector every week, an idea. Take an old art journal page. Make something old from the art you worked out before. I don't know if that was that one or what. I lost track of some of this stuff. Here's week 11. Cut shapes from pattern paper and create an art piece. I did some paper punches. This is a cat sitting out on the front porch. Here's a key. They call that the Greek key. I called it the booty shape because it reminds me of a boot. Reminds me of a shoe. And dragonflies down here. and planter in there. Here was another challenge, and Dee Dee was take a rubber stamp and stamp the whole page with it. This is all Dee Dee's challenges. Weekly idea number 12. Pick a lost civilization and create something using their art of inspiration. That's what that mosaic was. A lost civilization. Greek and Roman, I think. Here are my notes. I have to read all my scribbles. Lost civilizations. The idea is to get the idea. That's Dee Dee's quote. Here's a light bulb paper clip. I like this one too. I sketched this from a photograph. I have a photograph of people that was a band. And I drew them out, and then I start seeing shapes in there. Like these were the neckties, but now they look like people with all the hats. Here is a front porch sketch. Here's a list of different house types. I think we did a challenge either in our live stream. I think we did a challenge on houses. Fall in Phibbsville. Here's a design for a stencil. I think that's the actual stencil. Colors. Here's a little sketch. His name is Sherlock. He's a detective dog sniffing out Phibbsville criminals. His name is Sherlock. This is a Phibbsville sketch of a little dog running around town. Here was a challenge, was to make a paper doll. And I did one of my mother, as I remember her as a young girl. She wore this polka dot dress. And let me tell you, that looks just like my mother, too, when she was a young lady. I really do like that paper doll. I was going to do one of my dad, but I lost the template here. It's around here someplace. This has got a bobby pin on here. Well, let's just put her back in here. Society of Idea Collector goes on and on and on. Here's a mind map of Ruby Rose. And here's my one of my first Ruby Rose sketches here. This is when I was very first trying to figure out Ruby Rose. And here's Squeaks, the cricket. And here's where she's bribing him to sneak away so she can go urban sketching. And here's the polecat that's going to sneak up on her. And here's where Bandit is watching from above, the polecat sneaking up on Ruby Rose. And here's where Bandit leaps down to save her. This area for drawing. Name the cricket alarm. Squeaks. Buggy Boo, Bugsy, Squeaks, Jitter. And I call him Squeaks. Some ideas. Here's where I started sketching words for stamps. Here's a story. Fussy Buttons, Phibbsville, Happy Family Thanksgiving. I actually wrote out my story there. List of commonplace items. More words. Here's where I was trying to visualize doing the alphabet for stamps to this one. This is where I did the A's, and I was trying to visualize them backwards, how they look. Here's some word lists. I was trying to think of short words like snow and hail, hot, cold. That's weather, moods, taste. You guys got me looking at my Society of Idea Collector book. Here's a Fussy Buttons family tree. Not Fussy, yeah, Fussy Button family tree. Here's a list of what? Things you would see on Grandpa and Grandma Fussy Button's farm. Brings back memories, doesn't it, of things we've done in here. A list of electric that are electric or otherwise that are or otherwise powered. An iron, a dishwasher, stove. Here's my Meri stamp. We've gone from January to December. We're in December. What is your holiday winter traditions, holiday traditions? December. Did a lot of lists. How are you planning your Christmas week? Season greetings. Here I was figuring out the zines. This is reserved for ideas. Reserved for ideas. Here's a group list on things we want to learn. And here's what we could do to make a mobile. You know, one of those mobiles that hang and have different things hanging from it. This was done with my Owaka doll. I'm getting into some stamps. Here's Grandpa Digs, and then I got a whole bunch of stuff in here. And we're back to the fairies. Fairies are pretty recent. Fairy wings. Examples of studying angel and fairy wings there. Different ways that they look. We did that in a stream. These are all fairy wings. What to do for a homemade stencil for a cowgirl brand. I did that for my cowgirl journal. We made a stencil of a horseshoe, and this is my most recent one where I was sketching out for yesterday's 4th art challenge hand people. And that's just a sketch. Idea collector. An idea book is a good thing. I'm way behind you guys in chat. Riri says, I remember all of these, Meri. Angie's here. Hi, Angie. Welcome, welcome, Angie. Angie says, Meri, glad you came on. I was so bored. I couldn't take a nap because I'd already done that. Taking another nap is boring. Oh, Amber says where she's at was almost 100 today. Well, we've been having some cooler weather. Yay! I lost track where I was in here. I'm just going to do a couple more, and maybe this bicycle in here someplace. And I do want to leave room to art in this journal. Someplace in here I'm going to put this bicycle. I like putting some pictures on these onion skin pages because I doubt that I'll be writing too much on them. Do I have any more onion skin? Let's find another onion skin page. I don't know if I want to ruin that column of numbers. Let's look for another one. Oh, I guess I only had them in that one. Well, she said, well, where am I going to put my bicycle? I don't want to use up that one. Where's the counterpart to that? Whoops. This will be the last one I put in. We'll call this challenge done. Does it go? I guess it's the end of this one. I guess I only used a couple onion skin pages in here. No, I don't want to put it there. Maybe I'll put it on another one of those. Because I probably will not do too much art on these. Let's put it, our bicycle here. Okay, this will be the last one I put in. I don't know what that was. Oh, that's that I cut off the Liberty Bell there. Oh! See, I knew I'd do that. If you leave this glue stick out, it gets... Ow. Go careful here. It is sticky, but on those delicate pieces... Look, I'm gluing down my handlebar. No, you're not supposed to be glued to that. That's what I don't like. One thing I don't like about fussy cutting is details. You should really fussy cut the details right before you put it in. But it isn't, when you have something like this, it's not going to make a difference because it's still delicate. Oh, we're in this side, it doesn't matter so much. But when you do all that delicate stuff and your glue stick's been out a while, the glue gets gunky, and I should get out my Yes paste, but this is the last one. Alright, we're going to put it right down in here. However, right here, I think. Did I get glue on that? A sleek set of wheels. There. I didn't get glue on that. There we go. I think that's all I'm going to put in here. Those are free ephemera from magazines. And see, I want... Oh, I'm going to leave this one in. Keep calm and laugh. I'm just going to put it here for now. We'll figure it out later. Although these others... See, this journal cannot grow too fat. If it grows too fat, it'll alligator out. Put my... I have a box that I want to work on. I want to show you what I want to do with that. Let's put all these things back. They'll be at the top in case I want them for that journal. Hold it. Let me put these. I'll put those back in there too. And I'll just set them down here. And now I'm gonna have to clear some of this stuff off my desk. I don't need my glue stick. I want to put all these pins and stuff in my box here. This is all boho. Oh, there's a boho tag that I made. That should go in the journal here someplace. I'm just going to put it in there. Oh, my lady's falling out. Tassel, scrap. These are mostly scraps. This one isn't. That's a... I'm going to throw this stuff away because I should make a cluster out of it. But you know what? I'm going to toss it. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm clearing my desk off because it sounds like my brother's making a phone call in there. This is all boho. Alright. I'll show you what I'm going to work on here. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Hi, Jill. Welcome, Jill. Welcome to everybody who's come in.
Oh. Yeah, damn, I didn't
Oh. He's trying to return his tuxedo. He had to wear a tuxedo and he had to return it. And he's worried that they didn't get it. Alright, so we got my desk all cleared off here. Now, don't worry about that reflection because... Penelope, I'm going to put you over here. I'm going to get this box out. This is... My brother used to sell those pop cans. Let me move my water. And he had a whole bunch of these that he had gotten to send to mail pop cans away. But now what I'm going to do... Let me get this book out. You guys aren't going to see all of this. Oh, about a year or so ago, Sherwin-Williams was getting rid of all their wallpaper sample books. Let me move this stuff off here. Okay. Let me move you guys over here. Oh. Go back into live chat. Okay, so I got this big old wallpaper sample book, and what I want to do is cover this paper box with wallpaper samples. And I got to be careful or I'm not going to knock my lamp off here. So I'm going to take a couple pages, and a lot of the pages just have a, you know, just a part of it, so you can't use it. But I could put that on the flap, I'm thinking. I want one in here, a couple in here that's the full page. And I'm going to use this as my crochet box for, oh, that's pretty. For my Tunisian crochet box that I'm going to have. I do like this. Let's tear this one out. If I can. Seeing that pretty? And that will cover a good side of the box. Now, they'll be different because we don't have, you know, there'll be different colors. Here's one. This one matches. Almost. So those two. I'm going to take about 4 or 5 pages. And then we get into this silvery stuff. That one's kind of pretty. Same design in different colors. We get into some floral here. I like that for a side too. Maybe I'll use that. And now this is just striped. Ooh, this is pretty. And I'll tear this one out. Isn't that pretty? Oh, these have those birds. That'll be pretty on the side of a box. I think I got a couple more bird ones in here. I'm going to have a crafty lunch any minute now. Get up there. Don't fall. I think I got a couple more bird ones in here. Here's a bird one. This is a pretty bird one. And it's got the statues and designs there, castles. And I think I'm about to the end. They kind of give you a hint of how it's going to look. It's not ringing with me. Let's go back to this bird. I'm deciding whether I want this one or this one. I'm going to go with this one. And I might have to come back to the book, but let's see what I have here. And get the book off of the desk. This was a free. This was free. I didn't have to buy them. They were giving them away at Sherwin-Williams. They were getting rid of their wallpaper books. I think they were getting rid of selling wallpaper. I got a lot of geometric ones. I'm not really a geometric person. I'm more pictures. All right, so what I want to do, these are flaps. I think these are bottom flaps. And when you do your box with your bottom flap, you fold it in like this and like this. Uh-oh, you guys. I'm bumping my camera. You do it like so. Like that. So I only have to worry about doing these two flaps. And I think those were the ones I had writing on it. And then these, the 4 sides. So I want to do this side and this side, I think with the birds. So if I put a bird, I could almost do a bird and a flap. On here. And I'm going to use wet glue to put this down with. I could use Yes Paste. And see, it'll come. Let's just work with this one page first. The thing about the birds is they're going to face, but it isn't going to matter because it's going to be a box. And so see, I could. Oh, I should have. I've gotten. This is not a bird. I'm going to see if I can find another one of those. All right. Let's put this aside. Let's work with this one. Sorry, you guys. No, I'm not going to get the knife out, Angie. I'm going to use the ruler. You can breathe easy, Angie. I'm going to do a rosemary here. Angie, you can breathe. I'm going to tear. I'm going to do a rosemary. Rosemary tears. Or she uses her big scissors. Popo was in here earlier. She could verify. I don't know if she's still here. Oh, Angie said, oh, I was just joking. That's okay. All right. So I know I want to tear it right about in here. Right about there. And if I have a little left over or a little off, I'm not going to worry about it because, see, I want to pull this up a little so I can see the edge of the box down here. I'll probably put something around the edge here after I'm done. I'm not sure what, but let's tear this. I think it's pretty well even with the point up here. Up a little. Up a little. So I think what I want to do is this side. Now, I have to remember what side. I think the two blank sides here and here get folded under. Let me take this apart and decide. I'm going to write what's blank and what's not. Let me fold this up again. You guys aren't going to see it because I don't want to. Yes. Let me. I moved my pens off my desk. No, I still have this one. Hold it. Let me put an X here. Because two of these flaps are going to be folded underneath. They aren't going to show. And I was right. It's this one and this one get folded underneath. So when I put my paper in there, look, I can save that for a tag or something. That'll get saved. So we're going to put this on first, but still, I'm going to put it down here. And I don't want to cover, I could cover this up, but I don't want to. I'm just a little long here. How did I get a little long? I probably didn't have it straight when I tore it. Well, I could cut it after I get it on there. Well, you know, it's not going to make much of a difference because it's got the fold line. Let's turn it this way. And I should measure probably, but yeah. This is the crease here. Right in. Grab a hold of the cardboard here. Come on. Oh, it's not coming here. Crease is there. So I could crease this just like this. So I know where my tear mark is. And like I said, if it's not exactly even on here, I could edge it with tape. Probably some duct tape or something. Let's fold this down here. I want to get right up to the fold mark here. We'll see how good I do here. Don't ask me to wallpaper your room. And I'm just using what I have on hand. Yeah. Right there. Alright, let's tear this and we'll see what happens. So this will be one side of the box. And see, it has a score. This will probably be on the top, one of the top flaps here. And yeah, it's a little long on this side, but I'll trim that off or something. I'm gonna paste this down right here. We're gonna do that right now, and I'm gonna do it with Yes Paste. I need my towel or a napkin or something. I don't like a wet palette knife either. Alright, we're going to put this on with Yes Paste. Yeah, it's going to use a lot of Yes Paste. But yes, paste, you don't have to put it on really thick. They're saying hi to Barbara. Hi, Barbara. Welcome, welcome, Barbara. Welcome, everybody who's come in. Now, I think I have my box upside down. I want to put it right side up here. Let's put it this way. And this will still fit this way. Should still fit. And this will be the flap. This is where I put that X will go underneath. And this will fit right in here. I got a little bit of a tear there, but I'll put maybe gaffer tape or duct tape on the edge here. So I'm not trying to be perfect on this. I'm trying to get it as nice as I can, but if I have, like there's a little tear in there, I'll put tape on it. So I'm going to do it with yes paste, and I'm going to try to spread this thin because it's going to take quite a bit. And I'll probably have to go in and redo the edges and that whole story. I'm going to do this flap first. See, that's pretty sticky in there. I've only dipped my knife in there once. I had a good amount on there, but I'm going to have to put some more on it, I think. And I'll probably have to repair in there where I missed. But I just want a pretty box to store my... And I could do this with a wet paste too, a wet glue, like a wallpaper PVC. I think you can wallpaper PVC stuff. See how nice that goes on? Now I'll probably have to trim it up a little. It's even over here, but it's long over here. I'll trim it up after I get the box made. Yeah, it's a little crooked down here. Well, not too bad though. Okay, let's bring it up to here. Where's my... Let's bring it. I think I'm going to put yes paste on my YouTube, my next YouTube order. I get mine off of YouTube, or did I get this at Dick Blick? I can't remember. I like my yes paste. Now this box, it was one that, like I said, my brother used to sell pop can airplanes, and he had ordered all these boxes. And when his significant other passed away, she was doing all the, you know, the management of eBay and everything. He sold them on eBay. And she did all that work for him. Well, he doesn't do the computer. And he has these boxes upstairs. He had an extra box of them. And he said, why don't you just use them? I wanted storage boxes. So I've been using them. And I'm going to store my crochet samples in here. I think I got this pretty good. You have a bit of working time with this paste. It stays sticky for a while. more down here on the edge. And I'll probably have to go in and take care of these edges. But look at that. That's going to be cool. Now, let's move this over just a little, if I can. Well, I'm going to have an edge over here. Like I said, I'll probably have to edge this with some duct tape or something, because this lid is naturally shorter. See, it's shorter than the edge of the box. That's okay with me. I'm liking that. Now, I think I'm going to put the other bird on this. Whoops. I'm bumping you guys. I'm sorry. Oopsie doodle. I'm going to put the other bird on this side. Let's get the other bird out. Yeah. Or, well, I've already flipped it. I'm going to put the flower up here and a bird there. And I'll have to find another one of those flowers. And here's the other bird one. He goes. Where's he at? He's going to be on the flap. Did this one get on the flap? Did I put this one on the flap? Let me turn it over. No, that one didn't get, well, he's right at the bend here. Well, that's the way it goes. I might have to do some applique on here. I don't like that bird being cut off right there. And on this side, this bird, where is he at? He's going to be on the flap itself. If I move him down this way, that needs to be covered because this is the one with the X. But I think what I'm going to do is put him here and take this and put up there. Because I want my bird on the side of the box. Where does this box bend at? The bird would be on the flap. I don't want the bird on the flap. I want him down here. Okay. I know, you guys, I got my camera zoomed out as much as it'll go. You aren't getting the whole picture here. The entire box, you're just getting a snippet of it. All right. So, right. You know what? I'm going to turn this over. Again. Pen. Put my glue up there for a minute. No, put my glue here. And you could do this with scrapbook paper too. I just wanted to use up some of this wallpaper. I'm going to, if I can, flip this over. I want to tear it right in here. I think I got that pretty even there and even here. I'm not so sure that it's even in here. Right in there. Right there. We'll see what happens. I'm going to tear it right kind of awkward. All right, now I'm going to move the box. I really need a bigger workspace to do this, but like I say, if it doesn't quite fit, I'll be putting I'm going to throw this away. It's nice scrap paper, but I got scrap paper all over the place. It's crowding me out. I got boxes of scrap paper. All right, let's bring my box back again. And what I want is this bird to come right in here. And I did pretty good. So now I need to put it this way. And I want to tear along the... because this flap can be left white. Because it's going to go fold in on the bottom. So we want to cut here, right there. And I probably will edge this. Maybe I'll make some edging out of that rose paper. The ones with the little roses on it. I can do that. I think this is going to be pretty good. It's not quite straight. Tear it and see what happens. Oops, got a little tear there. Doesn't matter because it's right at the edge, and I'll be putting an edging on this. So that will go on this side, and we want to cover this flap here. See, there's that little tear. All right, up here. And see, this will go. This will go where this ends. This will come up here. That just about fits for a box. Yep, I'm gonna like that. And I could just leave this down, but I don't think so. So let me turn this. Now I'll figure this one out. Here and oops. Increase that way. Why doesn't Meri just measure it? Because I'm just as bad about measuring as I am tearing. The fold is here. The fold's way up here. Way up there. Right there. Just a teeny bit. Right there. It's a bit awkward when you're trying to film it. You know, you got your camera to worry about. What did Becky say? Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca Jean. Hi, Mary and lovely, talented Fibs. Am I real late? What are we up to? I am covering a priority mailbox with wallpaper pages that I got out of a wallpaper book. I'm going to store my Tunisian blocks in there. And I'm going to make a little journal. I could make a journal cover out of this too. Maybe we'll do that. It's 7:30 tonight. I might have time to do that. All right. And I'll trim this off after I get it on because I can't see to trim it off here. Well, I could, but... So that's going up there. This is going down here like this. And this will be on the bottom. And this will be a side. No, this will be a bottom. This will be a top flap. Sorry about that. This is a bottom on this side. So let's put this one on. What did I do with my yes paste down here on the floor beside me? Get this out. Do I want to keep that? I don't think so. I have to throw some of this stuff away. It just, it just piles up on me. All right. I love this because it's got the dragonfly on it. And I think I'm just going to store I'm going to number them. And I'm going to make a journal to go with this. And then if I ever want to get a sample out, I'm going to call this my sample box. If I ever want to get a sample out to do something with, then I can look in the journal and I can look for the piece that I want and I can look in the journal. I think that's going to be what I'm going to do. And I might do the same thing for the Becky's crochet along. Her first one was just crochet stitches, different crochet stitches. I only got to 5 or 6 out of the ones that she did. I kind of got sidetracked. I think I got sidetracked with caboodles. I think I got sidetracked with caboodles. I still got some left on my knife there. Alright, let's put this one up here. We'll see how this works. You know, you can only... So if you have an old box, you can get these boxes if you go to like Dollar General and just ask them, you know, if you can... They have those carts with empty boxes. Ask them if you can have an empty box. Just ask. Most of the time, if I want something, they'll give it to me, you know, a free box. There was only one time in Dollar General that I asked for a box, and he made me wait till he found out whether it was safe or not to give me a box. Let's put this up a little higher. But most of the time, they say, I must ask the right people because most of the time I get what I want. I'm going to put this one here. Now this lid is shorter than the side of the box. That's interesting. Must be a reason for that. Now if these don't quite match up, it doesn't matter because this is the lid, the flap, and it's going to flap over onto the top. And it looks like I'm going to have some room down here at the bottom. That doesn't matter either because this one flaps to the bottom and tucks in. Alright, where's my... And I might have to go in and make sure I got this glued down good on the edges. It seems like on the edges and the corners where I mess up. See, and I got a lot of glue on my palette knife, but I also scraped a lot of that glue pretty thin across the box here. I think I got it pretty good. I can see by the light where I need more, maybe a little bit in there. Alrighty, I think that's pretty good. And you can put it on the other side too. I generally don't. You're supposed to, but I generally don't. Oh, I'm terrible. Alright. That's pretty good. It's a little crooked down here, but I can trim that off after I get it folded up and everything. And I'll have to trim a little on this side off too here. Alrighty, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, I've got a bird here and a bird here. I'm not happy that this one's coming on the fold. Although this one pretty much is at the top and this one's on the flap, so it's not too bad. I could put a bird down in there. So now we want to do the other two sides. And I think I'll do this flower shape. And on this, where's my fold here? My fold comes right there, so I'm not getting much on this here except for just a little bit of the flower. Maybe I'll hold off and use that on a flap. Let's see what else I have here. I've got these which go clear across, and then I could put not much of a design though, is it? Not much of a design. I'm going to look again, see what else I got here. I'm going to get out my big book. I want something else. I'm probably boring you guys to tears. Let's get out the book again and look and see what else I can use here. Now that I've done a see, these would go on the flaps if I used them, and generally it's the center part, and I don't think that's enough to, so I'm kind of ruling these out. There's another one of those pink pages. The same way with this one, although this one has all of this, could go on a, let's tear this one out and see what it looks like. I could use it on the journal if I don't use it on the box. But I'm thinking there's enough here to go on a side. on a side and a flap. So let's tear that out. I'm not really into the striped stuff. And these just, they don't give you, they cut off these ovals so that you don't get a full design. I guess they think you'll cheat if you have a full design. I don't know why they did that. It kind of annoys me. This is pretty, but I don't think I could get enough. They need to be a little larger for me. Oh, this one might work. Let's try this one. This one's pretty. See, and that might fall on the edge. So let's try those two, and these would look pretty on a flap if I could get them. I'm just seeing what else I have in here. These might look pretty on flaps. They're kind of dark. I think I got a lighter one in here. Save this one. Ooh, this one's kind of a gold color. Yeah. This one's lighter. Well, not much difference between those two. That one's a little darker. This one's got a green tone to it. Not sure. And this one's got a tannish tone. Kind of like this one. Another flower. I'm coming back to this one. I'm thinking flaps here. There's my other birds. Now I'm going to this one, I think, for flaps. You'll see what I mean in a minute. All right, let's put this big book back without knocking the camera silly. Yeah. So what I want to do here, I'm thinking this could go on one on the side here. I'm going to have to tear that straight as I can. May not be totally straight. And I got an edge here to snip. There, that's good. I guess it should go like that. No, I like this. But if I put this one down here, this will cover the outside of the bottom flap, and then this will go This will go to that point, and then I'll cut a piece of this for the top flap. And this is the inside of the bottom, so it doesn't have to be covered, but the outside of the bottoms and the top, this is a top flap, this is a bottom flap. So this needs to be covered here. So I need to tear here again. I should have torn that off. It needs to come here. And I see why it got crooked in here, because I need to go to the edge of this, not the edge of this. Because this flap is shorter than the box, if that makes any sense. So I need this to match up right here, and right to there, and up a little. And I can see I didn't cut this straight, but that's okay. I can trim it off there. So we're going to tear over here. But I'm going to tear, since this is shorter, see my box comes clear out to there, and this flap only comes to there. So I need to make it a little bit longer. My tear a little bit longer than this. Right about there, I believe. Bring my ruler down a little. I can always trim off if I get too long. And I can always cover up if I get too short. Here. I'm doing this by non-measuring. I know that isn't the best way to do it, but I'm not too picky on this stuff because I know it's just covering a box for me. Now, if I had a roll of this paper, probably be expensive as all get out, but if I had a roll of it, I wouldn't. I just have pages out of the wallpaper sample book. So that's why I'm having to do all this rigmarole. Bring it over a little here. And if I get it a little short in here, that's not going to matter too much because I'm going to put an edging on the box. Like I could do that with my double-sided, 2-inch double-sided wallpaper, or duct tape, carpet tape. So I'm not too worried about that. It's my ruler. Now this is pretty enough, I'll save. a pretty design on it. I'll save that. So, I see this is torn weird here. Alright, so this is going to go on here just like this. I did pretty good with that. I'm pretty good with it. See, but in here I got a little short, but I'll be putting a border there. So, let's put this down first. I'm going to have a little overlap here. Not much, just a teeny bit. Alright. And I'm going to save this. Alrighty. I don't know, you guys might be as bored as I'll get out, but I'm doing a box here. Okay. This is for my Tunisian Crochet squares that I'm going to store them in here as I work on them. And I'm going to make a little journal to go with it. Let's see, it's 7:58 here. I'm going till 10. If I'm not done with my box by 9 o'clock, which means I have an hour to work on it, I should get done by 9. Well, if I do the edges another day. But at 9 o'clock I'm going to stop and I'm going to work on the little journal. And I don't know how many squares Becky is planning on. So I don't know how many pages to put in that journal, so I might have some blank pages. It'd be nice to have a little crochet book that got a work basket magazine in there that I could use as interest pages. I might run in there in the living room and grab it because it's sitting right down there by my recliner. Now you could do the same type of thing with fabric. Maybe you have some fabric that you got on sale. Fabric would be fun to cover a box with too. It may be some fabric that's you got at a flea market or on sale or in the Goodwill bin. I just want to use up some of this wallpaper out of these books that have been sitting around for a couple years. I need to use it up. And I thought it would be good to store my squares in there because, or even if I make a couple extra little projects, I'm thinking projects that I want to make. Maybe I'll write down some ideas of things I could do with each square as I crochet it, like on that Tunisian stitch. I did a phone holder. It's in the other room. I'm not sure I'm happy with it because it was my first block and it's kind of goofy. It's not bad. To be honest with you, when I made the holder, I turned it inside out because I like the back better than I did the front. Oops, this has got to come over just a little bit more. Well, no, we're going to leave it. Because I'm going to put a border on here, an inch border. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Now, let's pull this up a little if I can. I don't know if this will flap up for me. I want to do this one down here. Or maybe you've gone to, sometimes I see them at Habitat for Humanity and in the thrift stores, a roll of pretty wallpaper. Generally, I see the white stuff, but if you want to cover a box. I think fabric would be nice. You'd need a couple yards. The only thing with fabric is you got to make sure that the ends don't fray for you. Unless you like frayed ends. You like the distressed look. See how much paste I have left on there? Well, yeah, I'll just get some. I like to get it along the top and the edge of the jar. You guys, you're sitting on the other cart, so I had to move you off of this desk so I wouldn't knock you off on over the cliff. Kimberly, Saturday morning, she was talking about Penelope going over the cliff, and Penelope's gone over the cliff a couple times, and Kimberly was saying, our Penelope is a survivor. She's gone over the cliff and survived. Let's do these corners again here, just to make sure it gets good in there. Alright, I'm going to come out and look at chat. I'm pretty happy with this. Let me put the lid on here and let's look at chat a little. See what's going on in chat. What are you guys chatting about? Let me get my tablet out here. Amber says she's drawing. Whoops. Amber says, I'm drawing while I watch. She says, Angie, I'm still here. Hi, Lori. Somewhat sorting art stuff. Oh, Pink Girlies sorting. What did I do with my water? Did I set it down on the floor? I have to have a drink of water. I'm thirsty. I set it over here. Look, you guys, I can't tell you. I must drink 6 or 7 of these mugs of water a day. Probably drink more water than I should, but when it's so hot. And this is, oh, what's her name? The Pioneer lady. The Pioneer lady on, does all those recipes. This is one of her mugs. Got at Walmart. Mary Lou! Mary Lou Antilope, did you see the hand people? You have to go look at my 4th Art Saturday morning video. I used your idea of hand people. Isn't that pretty wallpaper? This is out of a sample book. I don't have a big row of it, or I'd use the same pattern on every side, but... Angie says, Amber, I'm watching and thinking I haven't run everyone off. You haven't run anybody off, Angie. It just gets quiet while I'm working. People have things to do and they're here listening in the background. I do that a lot. I run up in the bleachers. I was up in the bleachers at whose chat was I in? I can't remember. I was up in the bleachers. So was that Carol's, The Magical Touch? Because I was working on my Tunisian block. The littles have left. For time for Grandma to rest. Pink Girlie had, was it your grandchildren? She calls them the littles. Over. Aunt Beck said, be back in a bit. Sheree Van is here. Sheree. Oh, what did I do with those postcards? Hold it. Let me show you. I was in Tanya's postcard swap. And this one came from Becky McCauley. Can you see it? Do I have it centered right? Yeah. This one came from Becky McCauley. It's so pretty. got a little index card that says memories, and then it's got some flowers up here, and nice lines around there. And on the back it says, "Hi Meri, a very flowery red postcard just for you with all the flowers you planted. I thought you'd enjoy some more. Happy crafting, Becky." This is Tanya McGuire's postcard swap. Sure, I'll take more flowers. Now I have to tell you, I swapped, well, I sent one to Tanya because Tanya's the host. I don't expect a card back from her. But I sent in 3. Becky is the only one. But I noticed on my post that one of the ladies said she hasn't sent hers yet because she's went to 4 post offices and none of them had postcard stamps. So she's looking for a postcard stamp. So I expect one coming someday from one of my partners. The other one hasn't sent. So far, the only swap member that I got from has been Becky. I guess Meri's getting her payback from her Happy Mail. But, however, oh, what happened to Sheree's? Sheree, I don't have your postcard in here. I don't have your postcard, Sheree. Sheree Van sent me a postcard. I don't have it here, Sheree, or I'd show it. It must be in on by my recliner. Sheree Van sent me a postcard. And I just go, wow, that really encouraged me. I wasn't even in her swap group, and she sent me a postcard. So that made me feel better. At least I got two out of the 3 back. But I'm going, Meri must be getting Happy Mail payback. But when I made my postcards, I always made extra. Now this is an old postcard. I sent out some extra ones of these to people who were not in my swap group that just, I had 5 of these, I sent out 4, and I sent 1 back to me. So you may have gotten a postcard from me, but was not in the swap. So I sent out a few extras. And this one is one that I made that I sent to myself, and this one. And the only reason I sent this one to myself is on the back it got pretty dark on the edges here, and I was afraid they couldn't read stuff, so I sent this one. This is one of my favorite ones. So I'm glad I sent it back to myself. These I made out of fussy cut images. These are fussy cut postcards. And this was just a stamp that I was playing around with. However, I got one from Sheree Van, and it must still be in the other room, Sheree. I really want to thank you for the postcard. Hi, Allie Kay. Rebecca Jean says, I've been looking for wallpaper myself to make covers and pages with some Victorian style wallpaper, but it's rather pricey on eBay. Yes, this is kind of Victorian-ish, and I cannot imagine how much a roll of this must cost. I mean, it must be terribly expensive. The book I got free. I imagine they're all gone now, but I would go to maybe some paint stores and see if they have any sample books that they don't want. Sherwin and Williams was giving them away about a year or so ago, and I almost had to beg this one. The guy wasn't sure he was going to give me one, but he gave me, I think he gave me 5 of them. He gave me 3 big ones and 2 smaller ones. And the other 2 are real graphic style, more for like commercial rooms and that. I don't go for the graphic style so much. One of them has bricks in there, which isn't too bad. But this is the only one that has the pretty birds and stuff. Becky says, Meri's covering a box, I think. I love how people say, somebody comes in and says, what's he doing? Well, I think Meri is doing this, but I'm not too sure. Becky says hi to all. Becky says, I can finally sit down. Barbara Chicken Pot Pie Society is in here. Oh, yeah, you could use wallpaper paste to do this, too. The only reason I'm using Yes Paste is because it's here. Wallpaper paste you have to mix up. And you can use, they sell wallpaper paste that it's a PVC glue, but that's still a wet paste. And you could use like glue on this, the school glue type stuff on this, or you could probably even use a glue stick if you wanted. But I find the Yes Paste works well. Yes Paste is a little expensive to be doing this, but this is for my Tunisian crochet. I'm going to store my Tunisian crochet blocks in here. Which Nancy came in? Mary Lou is here. Jill is here. Mary Lou says hello, everybody. Mina's here. Nancy Widner. Hi, Nancy, if you're still out there. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for popping in. I think Nancy Widner is a couple states south of me. I think she's in Oklahoma, but I could be wrong there. I thought she was in Oklahoma. Maybe she'll tell us. Tammy Ward, are you still out there, Tammy? Hi, Tammy. Tammy, the not in your typical art corner crime. Tammy Ward, hi, Tammy, if you're out there lurking. She says, hello, Mary. I can't see what time in this dark mode she came in. 6:57, so she came in a little over an hour ago. She may have gone on to other things. Color with Melissa was here. Riri, Amber, Sheree Van. I wish I would have remembered Sheree's postcard. Popo says, I'm working in the yard, trying not to have a heat stroke. I was there yesterday, Popo. I was telling my brother left. He was in his granddaughter's wedding party, and he had to leave at 10 in the morning because they wanted to take pictures, and he had to go get his tuxedo on and all of that. So he left at 10 in the morning, and right after he left, I went out and worked in the garden. And I pulled a wildflower garden now because I planted petunias out there, and I think they're going to take off. I pulled all the weeds and, well, as many weeds as I could. It looks pretty good. There's still some grass out there close to those. I'd have to tell you, those weeds and grasses are smart. Here's your flower that you planted, and that weed gets right up close to it. It just hugs it. So if you try to pull the weed, you risk getting the flower. So they say they use the flower as hostage. But I replanted my wildflower garden. I think I'm going to try to get some more. We went to Menards the other day, and they had their plants on sale, so I got some more. I put begonias out there by the blank spots where I have the black walnut tree out there in the corner. I did all that yesterday. I hoed around all my canna lilies that are coming up, and what else? I weeded. I had some pepper plants that I put in some bare spots in our garden. I planted those, and I planted a sage and a basil plant. And then I got this bright idea that I was going to mow the lawn, and it takes me when it's hot like this, when it's not hot, it takes me about 2.5 hours. When it's hot, I have to take breaks or I'll pass out. So I didn't get done until about 5 o'clock last night, just as he was coming home. I worked in that yard all day yesterday. So Popo, I know what you mean about trying not to have a heat stroke or get eaten alive by mosquitoes. Uh-oh. They're talking about Rosemary's eco papers. This is where Janet came in. I said hello to Janet. Here's where Stephanie is. She says, that's right, Amber. I have so many ideas. Oh, this is where I got off track and went to the idea book. And I was showing I can't go up anymore. I was showing my boho doll. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Post offices, Mary Lou says, the post offices are messed up. I went twice. Both days they were closed. They had a letter I had to sign for. Oh, really? Wow. The gray pattern. Oh, yeah, I'm going to put that pattern. This pattern's going to go on the flap. So this will go up here, and then I got another side to do. Let's see. I was going to quit working on this at 9 o'clock and work on the journal. So wherever I am on this at 9 o'clock, I'm going to plug you guys and put you back up. Thanks for popping in. If I miss saying hello to you, Mitzi's still here. Sharon Lombard popped in. Lori's here. Amber is here. Mary Lou is here. Rebecca Jean. I'll get your postcard out and show it, Sheree. It's here. I really appreciate that postcard. You just brightened my day with that card. I'm going, maybe I'm getting retribution for, not retribution, what do you say, backlash for my Happy Mail escapades that I don't get sent off. All right, I think I'm ready to do this flap. So let's just measure this out. Well, let's measure this side because that side's kind of torn. And it might work if I bring this, well, it might work this way if I just hold on to this. Let's just fold this. Sometimes folding it isn't the thing because you see the paper doesn't always. I want to fold it here. Right in there. Right. And if I get it a little short, or if I get it too long, I can trim it off. If I get it too short, I'm still going to put a border on the edges. So let's fold this right here. And I'm not too picky with this because this is just a box. I'm going to put my crochet patterns in. And I'm going to label them. I'm going to make a little journal to go with them. And I am going to complete this crochet along. I didn't get the first one completed. I might go back and start over and do another box. I don't know how many stitches Becky's going to do for this one. I'll see how many she did for the last one. All right, this is going to go right in here. Pretty good. All right, let's put that aside. And this is a top flap here. And it's a little bit shorter than the side here. So we can tear right here. And my journal's not going to be very big. Probably maybe a 4x6 or a 5x7. It's not going to be a big, huge journal. In fact, I might have a little journal down here that I can use. What I did with them. A little journal that I could just glue a pretty pattern on here. All right, this is going to go here. Right in here. Right like that. And this, I'll have to trim this off, because it's a little long and wonky there. All right, let's do it. Now, this tells me that I should put this upside down because the printing's upside down. So I'm going to put this so that the pattern goes that way. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, I grabbed my pen instead of the... I was thinking it would be fun to try to make a box, you know, like that box that I got out all those images out of, those fussy cut images that folds and flaps down out of one of these. It might still be fun to try that, but I'd have to cut some of these flaps off, and then I'd have to, because this, you know, it folds crosswise. I may not fold it that way though. I may make a closure for this rather than folding the flaps together. You know, like you'd fold a box, a cardboard box, by interlocking the top. I may put a closure across it this way. Get it down in here on the sides here. I like my Yes paste. I'm partial to Yes paste. I tell you, I call it a glue stick in a jar. I think I like it better than the... there's some things it doesn't work for. It works for gluing fabric onto surfaces because that's what it was made for. It was made for bookbinding. But there are some pieces that, like I tried that faux leather. That faux leather, it did not work so good on gluing faux leather down. I was trying to put faux leather on a spine. But you know what? The duct tape didn't work that great either. Now see, this has a gap in here, but I'm gonna edge this with tape. Now I might use a cloth for that. A washi, and I don't have it straight over here either. Maybe I should readjust this a little. With this Yes paste, it is a little... You have some working time. Let's bring this down just a little for that gap. You have some working time to get it straight. I like that about it. You don't have forever. There, it looks a little better to me. All right. So now it's, what time is it? It's 8:26. I have time to do the other side if I get at it. I probably will not have time to do the edges. That'll give me some time to think about doing what I want to put around the edge here. I think a pretty blue would look nice. Maybe a blue fabric would look nice. Or a dark red. Alright, we're going to flip it over. Now, I have an X here, so I know this is a bottom flap. I'm going to have to cover all of this. And I have that other floral piece. Where is it? Here. I have this one. I don't really... Well, I guess that works. Right in here. Yeah, that works. And then I'll use the rest of this over here. So let's get at it. And then I'll fold up the box and we'll see how it looks without the edges. Now I need to be aware of the edge of this, not the edge of this, because my flaps are shorter than the side. So I need to put that there and keep it relatively even. And then I come here, I can't go by this because that's shorter. I have to go by this in here. So just a little bit longer. think maybe right about right about there, I think. It's just a little bit longer. All right, we're going to tear it and see what I have. Oh, I'm happy with that. I'm happy. Now, I want to get this. Let's fold that way. Now, this is a little long. It's a little long. I can trim it off. We want to fold. I want to fold this. It's hard for me to see the like I said, if I get a little long or a little short, I can trim it off if it's long, which I have to do here. If it's short, I'm going to have the edging. All right, I think I'm good there. And see, I can save this. This will make pretty something or other. It could go in my Art Nouveau. My Art Nouveau is, well, it's almost done too. It's here. I work on these until something else comes along, and then, you know, Meri. Let's see. I think I'll try to trim this just a little. Just a teeny bit. If I can't trim it, just a teensy bit. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to give it a try. Yeah. Trying to trim off a narrow piece like this is iffy. Come on, Meri. Let's cut. Where is it? Right here. Shorten that down a little. Raggy edges don't matter though. They'll either get trimmed off or covered up. Alright, let's glue this down. We'll see how long this paper stays on here with the Yes Paste. I've never used Yes Paste to cover a box with before. I don't know. I think it'll stay, but you know, the edges. I'm more worried about the edges than anything. However, if I use duct tape, make me some fabric washi tape with the duct tape. I got scrap there. The edges will be taped down. This reminds me of those old vintage sewing boxes that were, they were covered with fabric, but they were cardboard, and they were covered with fabric. My mother had one, and you can still see them. They were popular in the 1940s and 1950s. I still have, up in Wisconsin, of course, pieces of my mother's old sewing box. And then when I was doing a lot of antiquing, when I was working, I had money to spend. I'd go to these antique stores, and I'd see some of those vintage sewing boxes, and I think I got a couple that looked similar to my mother's, but not the same, not quite the same. There's a lot of glue on there. But that's what covering this box reminds me of, what they might have done in the 1940s or the 1920s, covering these boxes with wallpaper. Only they probably used wallpaper paste to flour and water. Or maybe starch. You can make a starch wallpaper paste. They used to do that to maybe you guys remember when, if you were ever around your mother or grandparents or what, who actually wallpapered their walls, they made a cornstarch wallpaper paste. And that was popular. But I like yes paste. Alright. So let's put this down, 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 down. Side of the edge here. That's good. And it's still a little long here, but if I bend it, yeah, it'll be okay. And we need to do the bottom flap here. Let's see if I can't bend this and bring it up a little. I don't know what you guys are seeing because I don't get a full camera view here. Oh, we're doing the bottom flap here. And this, it doesn't matter. I think it'll be fine because the design's so, it should really face, the bottom part should face the other way because the writing goes that way. But it's okay because the bottom part is just flowers. And it's going to be a bottom flap anyway, so. Meri thinks she knows what she's talking about, but most of the time she's just learning like everybody else. She's not here to be a teacher. She's here to have fun and to share. I don't mean this as a tutorial or a class or anything like that. I don't teach. I don't do commissions. I don't sell my art, because one of the reasons why I don't sell my art is that you guys would never get it. Happy mail that you never get, I don't feel as bad. But if I was taking your money and you never got it, then I'd feel pretty bad. I'm really bad about mailing. So I don't even want to go there with trying to sell. I'm not a business. I'm just a YouTuber who likes to do my art online. And it's not, I don't claim to be a professional artist. I'm just I hate to say I'm a hobbyist, but I guess if you're not a professional, you're a hobbyist. But hobbyist sounds so unprofessional. Oh dear. All right. There we go. Now, I just have this one flap and we've got a few minutes left. And I'm going to measure this off, and I want it to point that way. So I guess I'm measuring it the right way here, because it's going to point that way. that way. Well, if I did it this way, no, let's do it this way. I like it this way. So it's going to come right in here, right there, and I'm just gonna hold it here to get the crease. That's pretty good. It might be a little long, but I can trim off what I don't need. Right there. Looks a little crooked, doesn't it? Probably is. I'll straighten it out a little. That's a little better. Probably not perfect, but does it fit? Let's see how it fits. Yeah, it's gonna fit fine. So this is Sunday evening. Tomorrow is Monday. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern, and Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee at 1 p.m. I believe Eastern, and around that time. I forget the exact time on hers. And Monday night, usually Lisa comes on, but she has not been streaming lately. I don't know when she's going to come back. Keep Lisa Conway in your hearts and prayers. I don't know everything that's going on with her. I'm going to draw a line. I think this is, well, I'll trim it after I get it on. It's a little long. It's a little, let's put it this way. It's a little long here, but I'll trim it off after I get it on. And this is also a little long. I'll have to trim that off too. Let's tuck that down in there. Like that. We want to do this. I want to mark this. Anything that's too long I can trim. So I don't know if anybody's going to come on tomorrow night when Lisa doesn't. I'm not sure exactly what she's planning, but she usually streams. I'm going to throw this away because there's nothing but leaves on it. I can't keep everything. Alright, we're going to put this right in here. And this is the last piece that I'm going to glue on. And then I'm going to do I'm going to do my journal next. Make a little journal. I'm thinking I have one I can cover. Have a little 5x7 journal that can be covered. That I can just write in. I want to get down in here. My palette knife. I like to scrape off the sides of my jar here, and this palette knife is good for doing that because you can get underneath of all the gunk that builds up there. That's still good glue. That's probably enough to finish this off. And I'll come out and look at chat when I get this done. Let's go down in here. Get the sides good. Get all up in here. And I can see where I'm putting glue because of the way the light shines on. I don't have much on this edge up here. Might need a little more for this edge. Get your edges, get your sides good. All right, I think I got it pretty good. All right, I'm going to go right down underneath this piece and over. Well, I didn't quite get that. I'll rip it up. I was worried about the edges and I didn't get this. I'll have to do some trimming here. That's pretty good. Okay. There's trimming to be done. Let's fold it up and see what I have. I'm gonna have to fold it up off camera because it's gonna bump the camera. Let me open it up and I'll fold the bottom flaps in. The bottom flaps I didn't do. And there's the bottom. This is the bottom. You guys aren't going to see it too much. And then here's one side. Can I zoom out anymore? Let me see if I can zoom out anymore. That's as far as it'll go. This is one side. These are the flaps. These are the top flaps here. See, and by the time I put I'll have to trim this. It's long. I'll trim that off, but I'm going to put duct tape siding here, here. I might put a bird or something on there. That's a little blank. Let's fold it this way. This is the top. Oh, that came out pretty good. I wasn't even trying, and it'll have side. But instead of trying to, or I could do it this way too. These could go in here and like that. I kind of like that matches up too. Pretty good. And I might put a closure here instead of trying to interlock the flaps. This seems longer than, they don't quite match up. They don't quite match up. I guess they weren't counting on us matching them up. Look, this box is short here. That's weird. I guess they count on you. How does it look this way? Maybe these were meant to go on the bottom. Doesn't make any difference to me. I think these were meant to go on the bottom and these match up. But see, I'll have to trim this extra stuff off here. So this would be the top. And I'll probably put a closure on this. Maybe some buckles would be nice. A belt buckle maybe across here. If I could. I don't know. Some type of a closure. And I might put something else on here. Maybe some Tunisian stitch samples would be nice. And I'll be trimming all this extra stuff off. This is a side, so this is the top, so the side would go like this. This is a side, and this is a side, and this is a side. But I still have to do the tape around there, and I'm deciding what I'm going to use. So my next step is to do some trimming and start making me some edging tape. And I might just crochet some examples of Tunisian stitch. They could even be my closure, maybe. We'll see. I haven't decided. So let's put this aside. This is as far as I'm going to go on this tonight. I think the bottom's actually prettier than the top. I think the bottom's actually prettier than the top. I could cover these two and use this as the top. It fits better. I think that's just as pretty. This was my bottom. Because see, these are, I didn't cover because I knew they were going on the inside. But I could cover these two and make this my top. I might do that. But I got a lot of trimming and maybe some fixing some of the edges that I didn't quite get glued. So I'm just going to set this aside. I'll work on that later. And we're going to do a little journal. So let me see. Let's see. Where did Penelope go? You guys can talk to Penelope for a minute while I find. I wasn't counting on this one tonight. Let's see if I can find out where I put those little book journals. Ah, are these them? What is that? No, that's Johnny paper. I might need to make a journal if I can't find it fast here. I had those little book journals and I kept running across them. One more place I'm going to look, and if I can't find it, I'm going to make a journal. Now, ink pens. What's this? No. I guess I'm going to make a journal. It won't be hard because I'm not going to make a big, huge one. I can never reach for it when I actually want it. So let's see what I'm going to make it out of. Do I want to take another sheet of paper or use one of those I took out? Let's see what I have. I have another dragonfly one. I kind of like that. But you know, I have that other bird one that's still in the book. I might get out that other bird. Hold a minute. Let's tear out. You aren't going to see me tear it because, well, maybe you will. Hold on. Penelope, don't get squished. I'll put her back over here where it's safe. She says, no place in this room is safe, Meri. I had that other bird in here toward the back. Can I find it? It wasn't way, well, here, is that it? That's a, yeah. Let's use this for a journal cover. Oh, we'll just make a quick journal here. Help, help. Oh, big bulky items. All right. I'm going to have to, I was going to take this book upstairs so it was sitting out in the back porch. We'll take the stairs from the back porch. All right. So, what am I going to use as a base? I need a folder. And I think I could just use I'm looking for some stiff paper type stuff. And now let's see what I have over here. What do I have that I can use? Watercolor paper. Watercolor paper. Let's grab a sheet of this for a base. Alright, now I need pages that I can write on. Some ledger paper. Let's see. If I fold this in half, I don't need it that wide. I like to have it, this measures. Of course, I always put my ruler the wrong way. This measures 8.5, so it would be 4 1/4. I don't need a big, huge. I could make it 8.5 by 8.5 by 8.5 by 9. I could do that. 8.5 it'd be 4 1/4 in the center, and that way I could use my paper going this way. Alright, we'll do that. So now I need some more blank papers. I call this my Johnny folder, because I get these from Johnny and Keisha, these pages, and I have some collectibles. I got this from, I'm not sure what's that. It doesn't have to be all the same size. I'd rather have blank pages though. No, I was saving these for the fussy cuts. I don't know if I'm going to have any more paper that I can put in there. Oh, I have this. Oh, this is perfect. I'll use this. What else do I have? Some more of it. These are those French lottery tickets. Some of the... She gave me some blanks and some that have lottery tickets on it. These came from Keisha. What's this? That's a bag. Tissue paper and napkins. I think that's all I'm going to get out of here. This is an envelope. I could put some white paper in there, and these are fussy cuts. Alright. Alright. Let me put this halfway back right. Oh, I got this ledger paper. I don't know. I think this came from, it either came from Johnny or Keisha. And I don't want to cut it up. I think this came with the Waka stuff. No, I think this came from Johnny. I can't remember. These are my French lottery. Alright. Let me put this back halfway decent so the next time I get stuff out. That's Johnny's. Alright. So I'm going to keep these. I'm going to use these, I think. And the white papers. The white papers. And some more of those that I have in that other journal. These are fussy cuts. And my ledger paper. Alright, we're done with this. Did I have a band on this? I'm going to have to get some more plain blank papers, I think. Whoops. Let me just tuck that in. Alright. So I decided that my journal is going to be 8.5 by 9 because there's 9 this way. So I need to trim this piece down to 8.5. And this is where I'm going to, in this I'm going to write down as we work our different Tunisian square stitches what they are and number them. Alright, 8.5 by 9, so that will be 4 1/4. So we're going to fold this in half. It's not going to be a big journal, it's going to be almost traveler style, but that's okay because it's going to get in that box. And I'm just going to fold it there. I probably should score it. So it's going to be okay. I'm going to cover it with wallpaper. So I want this on the front. And I could bring it over just a little and let it flap over, so I'll have a put one thing away before I try something else. Sitting in my lap. Alright, so I know this is 8.5, and let's see, if I have maybe an inch, because I'm going to fold this on the inside. So 2 inches wider than 8.5 would be 10.5. So I'm actually going to measure this at 10.5 square. If I actually use the inches side, 10 1/2. Hard to see. The lighting here glares off of this ruler. 10.5. And I think I'm going to measure an inch here. And 10.5 here. And an inch would be 9.5 there. That'll tell me where I want to put my piece. Alright, and let me move this down a little. 10.5 here. Alright, I can draw a line here. Oh, I drew it on the ruler. I'm so good. That's good. Alright, and let's go 9.5 here. This is where the paper's going to fold to the inside. And an inch and a half, an inch here, 1 inch there, and here. All right. Then I want 10.5 this way, 10.5, and mark it at 9.5. Whoops, I need to, that's 11.5, 10.5, 9.5, 10.5 would be right there, and an inch here. And 10.5, 9.5, and here, and here. I want to draw a line here. And here. Now I'm hoping I have the bird on the front cover. If I don't have a bird on the front cover, I'm going to be very disappointed. And here. So the bird, yeah, it should be on the front cover. This will fit here, so this side is the front cover and this is the back cover because it will fold. So this fits right in here. And it does really good. Good enough. I'm going to glue this in. Well, 8.5 and 8.5. This should be 8.5. That's 8.5. That's 8.5. Eight and a half. It's actually just a smidgen off there. A little parallax there. But I don't think this is exactly 8.5. That's 9. It goes this way. I have it by 9, not 8.5. I'm going to cut my, this is 9, I'm going to cut a 1/2 inch off this and make it, instead of 8.5 by 9, I'm going to make it 8.5 by 8.5. That's the problem. Let's cut a 1/2 inch off of that. That's the issue, Meri. It's easy enough to fix. Eight and a half. 8 1/2. Now it should fit. And it should fit right in there. So now I just want to trim wherever my scissors went off to. I want to cut this square out. And I'm not going to tear it, I'm going to trim it. I'm going to cut it with my scissors. And I'm going to trim this. This is the little journal that's going to go in the for the Tunisian crochet. It's going to go in the box. There's the journal. Goes this way. Now, this will get glued down here, and we'll be bringing these over. So we'll have a bend here. We'll have to, but let's do this first. And we got extra here. I'll save. All right, let's get out the yes paste. What time is it? It's 9:08. I'm going until 10. I should get this done. It's not going to be a huge, I'm not going to put a tassel on it. I might put a tassel, but I'm not going to make one as I bind it. We're going to glue this down here, and then we'll have our inside pages here. So we're going to glue it first. And so let's get out the yes again and just start. I've got more than enough on here. And I'm going to keep track of my Tunisian crochet in this journal. So the first episode was just the basic Tunisian crochet stitch. And the second one was a tweed stitch. And off the first one, I did a square, but I also did a gold square. And I don't know, it's kind of wonky. I made a phone case out of it. I'm not too happy with it, but I did another square that I am happier with. And on the second one, I'm doing that wristband as a project. So I'm going to kind of keep track of projects that I actually use it for, if I do any more projects. And I'll write down, you know, of course, what the block number is, and where the directions are on the internet, and maybe a little bit about my notes on it. All right, I think I got this pretty good. So we want to put this in here, just like this, maybe. Yeah. Let's bring it down just a little. That's pretty good. I'm not going to cry if it's not perfect. I don't need perfection. Except I do want the bird on the front. And he's going to be right up at the top. Now I'm going to bring these up over this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. And then you trim the corner. You bring the corner down this way and this way. But I'm going to trim this just a little. Let's fold it nice. And that way's pretty good. But I'm going to trim it just a little here. Maybe right across there. We'll see how that works. And let's do the same over here. Bring this in. like that. I'm getting better at doing these corners. These corners aren't the easiest thing for me. And I don't quite match up there, but I'm not going to cry about it. And this one really doesn't need to be trimmed, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's trim it like that. Come on. And this one. In like that. Down and down. Trim this. There. And if you guys are talking to me, I'm not seeing it because I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy doing this journal. I want to get it done tonight. Alright, so now let's do some gluing. And I should put a scrap paper under this. Do this corner first, and maybe this side. All right, let's see what I have here. Let's bend it this way. Under there, I want a little bit of glue on this side. And then this in, like so. And down that way. And we want to put this one down. That way. A little bit of glue on the inside. And move that down. Oh, and you guys, you're getting a good view of my jeans here. I've got black leggings on. Let me tip my camera up a little. Come in a little. Sorry about that. I set my tablet over to the side of the cart, so I'm not seeing if you guys are saying anything to me. Alright, I want to get this journal done, though. So I'm busy. I'm busy. You guys get a watch. Alright, let's glue this corner first. This is a good thing to do with wallpaper, is to make journals, journal covers. I have, gosh, those videos are probably out there. They're done with an old Motorola phone, though. I didn't have very good equipment, but I have a wallpaper art journal that I did when I was still up in Madison. I like some of those pages that happened from that. Okay, let's glue this down. Maybe put some glue on this corner. And there. And glue that down. Now we just have this to contend with. This I'll throw away because it's getting sticky. So there we go. There is that. Now, this is the front, and that will be the front. And I want an inside cover. So let's get out that wallpaper that I had left. Here's what do I have? Oh, my box. I have this. It's not quite big enough. It would fit. It would fit just barely. I'm not sure. I have the roses. That I haven't cut into. And I have this dragonfly that I like so well. But can I get him on there? He's upside down. Where is he at? He's over here. Yeah, I'm going to keep him for something else. And what else do I have here? I think that's it. Meri's thinking. I used up that. I hate to get that book out again, but I think I will. I'm going to tear another page out of this book for the inside cover. I have to look at it here, see what I want. What do I want? Let's tear this one out and we'll see what works. Hold on. I'm thinking this one. That book is heavy. Ah. All right, so I want to cut this at, this is 8.5 by 8.5. So I want to cut it maybe 8 1/4 by 8 1/4. So let's just cut. Let's just make a tear here to make it fit my trimmer. Let's just tear this right here. And I'll save this. That's pretty. All right. Now I want to trim this down to fit in here at 8 1/4 by 8 1/4. We could put it over this way, but it can't get them both on, and I'm choosing this one. So let's trim this at 8 1/4 by 8 1/4. Trim it. Let's see what I want here. Get too much out on my desk. Where's my page? Let's trim it right in here. Trim it right here, I think. Right? Yeah, I'll trim that up a little later. By 8 and let's trim this off a little so I can let's cut this off. Right in here. We'll have a pretty flower there. Now 8 1/4. Oh, it's 8. 8. No, I'm good. I want 8 1/4. 8 1/4. Right there. I'm good. Make sure I'm right. 8 1/4. Trim that off, and this by 8 1/4. 8 1/4. Trim that off, and I'm just going to throw these away because they don't have much on them, and I just get too much. Got to throw some stuff away. Can't keep everything. They make nice clusters. You could put them on ATCs, you could do 100 things with them, but alright, this is the front of my journal, so I want this to go in here. Just like that. Just like that. Let's grab this paper and use it as a glue paper. Time is it? I'm keeping track of my time. It's 9:25, so I should get this journal done. I just have to do my pages, do my signature. Make sure I get glue on all sides in the corners. I think I'll just, no, I think I'll do both. I'll do both sides of it here. Get that gunk underneath of the rim. A lot of gunk underneath, a lot of glue underneath the rim of the glue jars. If you just reach for it, it's there. I think I got it all. Just a little bit more and a little bit more in there. And I got some left on my knife. Alright. This is the top. This is the front. This way. So I'm just going to put it right right there. And there's the inside cover. Wallpaper and watercolor paper. Now, I want my pages to be 8 1/4. And we're going to use, we'll leave these holes on there. Now I think I'm done with the yes paste, so let me put this away. Make sure everything's glued down here good. Oh, Jude has me doing this. She told me one day, Meri, you have to put wax paper along their lid and it'll never stick for you, you know, and she was right. And I knew you could do this, but, you know, Meri just has to be scolded. All right. So let's get my papers here. I've got 2 ledger papers. I want these at 8 1/4, and I think if I fold them this way, it's not quite 8 1/4, but that's okay. And these were out of some sort of a journal that Johnny had. It still has the labels there. That's okay. So I'm just going to fold these in half. They're not 8 1/4 by any means. But, wait a minute. I don't want to fold those in half. I want to cut them. I want to cut them at 8 1/4. So I could cut that off. I could cut that off and still have this for another journal. All right. So, Meri's thinking here. Let's cut those separately. So we're going to have those. And I'm going to have a couple white sheets. And I think that's all I pulled. I think that's all I pulled. So, let's cut these first. Because this is 8 1/2. And I want it at 8 1/4 square. Maybe I will cut the edges off here. Get it. There's a bug flying here. 8 1/4 would be right here. Right there. Oh, it'll leave just a portion of them. I don't know if I like that. Let's see what it looks like if I cut it this way and have the whole thing. I think I like that better. It'll trim my numbers off over here. That's okay. Just trimmed off my numbers. Wow. 8 1/4 by 8 1/4. 8 1/4. Alright, so there's those 2. And let's cut this down. There's 2 sheets of white paper, that's enough. I think this will be enough. 8 1/4. By 8 1/4. Two sheets of that. So there's 16 sheets? No, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, there's 16 pages here, front and back. And then these are going to be a little short, but I want to cut them down to 8 1/4. Here, get in there. 8 1/4. Right there, and then I'll still have this to play with Johnny's pages. And I'm hoping that this will cut these pages. There. And then this is still Johnny pages here. It'll still make a nice little mini journal maybe. Alright. So I have 16 pages there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 pages there. 32-page journal should be, and this is a little short. That should be enough. I could make them all this short. I think I will. I'll shorten up these so that they'll be the same size. This is what? 6 3/4, 6 7/8, 6 7/8. We're going to call it 6 7/8. So if I want those on the border, I'm going to cut this, right? I better check. No, 7, and I'm glad I checked. Did I do it this way? No, same thing. Well, no. I'm going to do it this way. I can't see where that's going. Maybe just a teeny bit more. Right there. Yeah. Good enough. All right. So these pages will be a little bit shorter. Now, I think I got it. This is all my scrap. I'm going to save these for when I need scratch paper. These can be tossed. Toss, toss, toss. Toss, toss. And I'm going to get rid of this gluey paper. I'm going up my trash sack there. Alright, oh, and these are going to be saved. Oh, and I didn't cut this one down. Do I want to cut those down? Do I want more pages? I really had it this way. No. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. So, there's a bug flying around in here. Let's fold these pages in half. Ah! Get out of here! got a summer Miller. Get! I hate those things. I'm thinking I want these down at the bottom. The holes down at the bottom in case I want to put something in them. Fold that in half. Fold this in half. This in half. What time is it? 9:38. I got 20 minutes to bind this. I should be able to bind this in a simple binding in 20 minutes. Oh, I'm going to save these little things. They're falling out. I'll have to glue them back in. All right, so this is the last sheet. Then this one. This one. This one. And all this is, I really needed this sheet to face the other way, but I'm okay with writing that way, I guess, on those graph papers. Meri's talking to herself. I want the holes down at the bottom. And here. So that gives me 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 times 2 is 32 pages. That should be more than enough for the Tunisian journal. And we are going to put that in here. So this has to be folded in half. Yeah, I didn't get that exactly straight, did I? Come on, Meri. That's better. Well, not quite, though. Wants to. That's pretty good. And then this is going to go in here like this. Maybe up just a little. Where's the center? In there. And let's clip it. Oh, I'm pretty happy with that. Now we just have to bind it. And I'm going to use red thread. Sure. I'm just going to do a simple binding. I'm not going to try to do the tassel or anything. Or I could do a tassel. Oh dear, Mary's thinking tassel now. I bought some more of this yarn. I like this Artiste yarn. It's a Hobby Lobby. You can get it in the thinner, but this is, that Miller. This is a little bit thicker crochet thread, number 8 crochet thread. I like that. That Miller is gonna get killed. All right, so you cut it just a little bit longer. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Let's do that again. I messed up. I think I have 2 here. I have 2. My fingers are sticky. 3, 4. Mary's going to do her tassel. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I do about 12 or 15. 12, 13, 14, 15. That'll make a nice tassel. Oops, I don't want to cut that. We're going to double this. Alright, so I'm just going to double this. Hold on, it's getting twisted down here. Shake it out. Meri loves her tassels, I tell you. I like to make tassels with my journals. It's just my thing. Snip this off. Now, I'm going to have to stop and wash my hands because they're sticky from that Yes paste. I might go just a teeny bit over 10 because I'm going to bind this journal. Let's get all the sticky off my fingers. I want to come out and chat. What are you guys talking about out there? I still have 31 of you out there. I love the Waltons, Angie says, where the oldest sister makes the recipe. I got sticky on my fingers yet. It likes to stick onto that thread when I'm trying to bind. Yes, paste. I don't know if I got it all off. Where's Penelope? I put her in a safe place. And I threw paper over her face. Penelope, come back. You got all my needles. This one. Hopefully I can get both of these through the eye of that needle. I think I've done it before. I need it even. They're not even. in there. One went through fine, the other one not so much. This thread is a little bit thicker, so it's a little bit harder to thread this. There, it went through. All right. Now I need to poke some holes. This is not a huge journal, so it shouldn't be that hard to bind this, because I'm just going to do a 3-hole pamphlet stitch somewhere in the center. Here. And let's go back through the other edge. This way. Make sure I can go through both ways. That's the front. Maybe down lower here. Maybe I should do a 5. No, I think I'll just do a 3. Because I'm just going to write notes in this of the different Tunisian square blocks. I'm going to kind of keep track. There. And we want to go back through. If I can, make sure I can go back through. That's the lower one. And this, because my 2 birds at the top, I want to go here. I want 2 holes up here. Here. Come on, get in there. There. And there. And down about a 1/2 inch, maybe. Here. And back through the back side. There. Okay. Now start in here. And pull, pull, pull. Till I get to about to there. Now I'm going to hold on to this with my clip for a minute. And we're going to go back through. Now we need all of this to go through this loop. and pulled tight. That's good. And then we're just going to go through here, pull it through. Try to keep it from getting tangled. And I find that if I go across my desk this way, this beginning thread does not end up on the bottom. If I just keep pulling on top, my beginning thread is on the bottom of everything. And that makes it hard to do the next stitch, which is down here. You want to keep this from tangling as much as possible. This way. Make sure it's all straight on the back. And then we want to go back through here. Make sure that it's nice and tight. And then we're going to pull through again. Like that. I see these little stickers want to fall out. I'm going to have to come in, and I put my glue stick away, but I need to come in and stick these stickers back in if I want them in there. Alright, now we need to go back through this bottom stitch. I'm going to go back through it again. We don't have to, but I am in this instance. And then back through this one. And at this point you can take this clip off, Meri. You don't need that to hold it anymore. And you just want to pull through, make sure everything's nice and straight. And then you mess it up again. My thumb there. Wanting to pull on each other. Stop pulling on each other. There. That's pretty good. And then this is the top of the journal. So my tassel's going to come down this way. I see I got just a little, I think it's going to be okay. Come a few inches below. Get out of here. And we're going to make our tassel here. Get that bug out of here. I'm going to make a loop. Like that. We're bringing it down, holding on to it and going up. Go underneath that little 1/2 inch loop in there, come between this thread and this thread. But that bug says, I'm going to be in the show, get! He's annoying me. Hold on to that. And this is going to make a knot. It's tangling up there. It's twisting. Don't twist. Whew, that was a job. I'm going to straighten these threads out because they're tangling right at the end. If you take your thread and just pull it through your fingers like this, it will straighten these threads out a little. So hopefully they won't twist and give you an issue at the end. See how twisty that is? And all I'm doing is pulling them straight, hopefully. Get your needle out, and then I can bring my needle down a little to where, boy, it is twisty here. Bring my needle down this way. I still see some twist in there, but shouldn't be as bad. Okay, here's one loop. Pull, made a second loop. Gonna go under that little stitch. Bring my needle up through the center. Pull it. And there's a knot. Make the third loop. Do the same thing, and the shorter your thread gets, the easier it is to do this, because you don't have to worry about a long thread twisting things up. There's that one. Fourth loop. Five loops. See how many loops I get out of this. Did I make a loop? I don't even remember. We'll go ahead and tie this. I must have. Was that 6? This 6, I think. I don't remember making a loop that time. I mean this time, the time before. We'll count my loops after I get done here. Oops. Now, which one is it? This one? Yeah. Now, I don't really have quite enough to make another loop. Well, just barely. So I'm not going to. I'm going to tie it off and let my tassel fall. Usually what I'll do is I turn it around here and I'll wrap some thread around to make it look like a tassel top. Like that. Oops. Now, coming between the wrong threads there. There. Now let's go under here. I don't like that sticking out. Alright, that's enough. And then I'll just take my needle and stick it down underneath, if I can, underneath, and come out through the bottom. In there. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through, and then cut it off. There. Give my needle back to Penelope. She says, I get to keep some of your needles. What time is it? It's 10:06. I did pretty good on this. So what did I do tonight? I made a journal and I covered that box and I did something else. I don't remember. Let's count my loops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 or 9 loops. So we're going to trim it right about, not quite to the bottom. That's good enough. And then I have this left over. I could make a little tassel out of that. I'll hold on to that. So there's my little journal. Now it needs a closure, but I'm not going to make one tonight. I think I'll just, let's see what I have in here. I'll just use one of these for tonight. A band, that works. And I wrapped that box. What else did I do tonight? I don't even remember. What did I start out doing? I got into talking about the Society of Idea Collector book. Is that all I did was wrap that box? I talked about the postcards. Man, I can't even remember what I did tonight. Amber says, okay, will do. Good night. I still got 31 people in here. Let me come out and chat a little. I'll probably use this as my thumbnail. What else did I do tonight? I showed the boho journal. I did something else when I first started out. Isn't that horrible when you can't remember what you did 2 hours ago? Can I go here and look? What did I do here? That's where I was looking through the boho, through the Idea Collector Journal. What did I do tonight? Wait, what is this? Oh, I was showing the Tunisian Crochet. Oh, and I worked in the, that's what I did. I glued images. I glued images in the hashtag Flea Market Art Journal. That's what I did tonight. All right, let's go back to live here. It's nice when I can go look at the beginning of my own chat. Well, that isn't the only way to make a tassel, Amber, but that's one way. I like making them this way because they're attached right onto the journal. I do this quite a bit in my journals. That isn't the official way to make a tassel. Usually you make them separate, and there's different ways to hang them on. Some people don't like them connected to the journal because if you're working in it, it adds a little bulk on the side. I don't mind it myself. Some people will make their tassels and just hang them off the edge so it'll flip up this way. And so when they're working in it, they can move the tassel up that way. There's a lot of different ways. I like this way. This is my fun. All right, flip. Pam says art journaling. Amber says, okay, will do. Good night. Art journaling made by Pam. It's very pretty. Thank you, Pam. Thank you for joining us tonight. Amber and Pam are both kind of new to me. I've seen you in here before, but I'm glad you came back. There's Jude. She says, Angie, baby. Amber says, my mom's friend used to have those long pill shooter things because her cats were not very nice and they wouldn't take pills, and it worked pretty well. Angie says, I'm getting pretty good at dropping my phone when I fall asleep and someone's on. I sit and hold my phone sitting in the recliner, and sometimes I'll fall asleep. And it's a good thing that I have a little split what do they call a split connector on there where I can put both my earphone and my charger on it. Hudson Sailor was telling me about those, and I had to get one. But it holds on to the phone, so if I drop it, it won't fall down the side of my recliner. And if it does that, it falls on underneath of my recliner, and I got to pull my recliner out, which means I have to move books and that are surrounding my recliner. It's just a mess. Sharon says, do you know how hard it is to get meds down a dog who is not eating? Angie, Jude says, are you in that pool again? Try peanut butter, Sharon. Tried. He's not eating. Oh dear, that dog's going to get hungry. Thank you, Amber. She says, Mary's journal is pretty. This was made with wallpaper out of that wallpaper book. And it's not a thick one. And all I'm going to use it for is to record my notes off of Becky's Tunisian Crochet journal. And like the first episode was the basic Tunisian crochet stitch. And that's what I'm going to put in here. And I'll put a number 1 here. And then I'll make a little number 1 tag and probably put on the back of the Tunisian Crochet. What did I do with those blocks? They should be here. They should be here. Where did I put them? I showed them tonight. Are they behind me on the floor someplace? I don't know. If I'm not careful, I'm going to run over my postcards. Don't want to do that. know how things get underneath my chair so bad. Hold on. I've got to pick this postcard up or I'll run over it. We don't want to do that. Well, that's just a scratch paper. I can throw that away. Okay. And that's scratch paper. What did I do with my crochet squares? They're over here. At least one of them. What happened to the other two? It's terrible when you stream because you put things behind you, but this is what I'm working on for my project off of the second episode, which was a tweed crochet stitch, and I'm not done with it. You use two different colors, and this is the Tunisian tweed stitch here, and I'm making a cuff, and I think it's just as pretty on the back as it is on the front. And that it's going to, I can't wrap it around my arm here, it's not big enough, but I'm going to make a cuff. On the episode 1, I made a phone holder, which I'm not exactly pleased with. It's in by my recliner. So I'm just going to record, and maybe I'll record possible projects. But this is wallpaper, and this is wallpaper. I think this turned out really nice. It turned out nice. We're going to do maybe I'll also do this as part of my thumbnail. Make sure that the stitch is showing. But I'll do that later. Let's see, what else are you saying? Good night, Becky. Becky says, good night, everybody. Scott's back to work tomorrow. Second shift. Oh, okay. Whoops. Becky's schedule revolves around Scott's schedule. Sharon says, very pretty. Angie says, Meri, I am hanging, but I don't know how long I can. I must have said hang on. Oh. Allie K, are you still here? Rosemary was here. Oh no, I missed Rosemary. Did Meri go overboard? I missed Rosemary. I don't know what she said to me. Oh no, I missed her. And Allie K or one of the mods who are here, did anybody see any trolls come in tonight? Meri, turn the wallpaper over. There's some small gray pattern on the back. That small gray pattern on the back is just an example of how it would look on your wall, and they just did a black and white of it. I think she's talking about, let me get a sheet here. Oh, it's not on that one. Well, which one is it on? Is it on? Yeah, it's on this one. See, it's just an example of how it would look on the back. Actually, that would work if you'd cut that out, because there's just hardly anything on the other side of it. Maybe that's what she meant. So I got all these papers that I think I'll put back in the book until the next time I want them. They're out behind my chair right now. Rebecca Jean said, okay, Meri, thanks. A good idea. I'll make some calls tomorrow to stores. Oh, for the wallpaper, for the wallpaper books. We happened to nab these. Tanya and Lisa caught on to when Sherwin-Williams was discontinuing their wallpapers. I don't think they're selling them anymore. Sherwin-Williams is a paint store. So I checked in my area, and they had some to give away, but they wouldn't let me choose. He went back in the back room and chose for me. And I like this wallpaper book because it has birds and flourishes and, you know, cameos and that sort of thing. The other ones that he gave me have, a lot of graphic design. I'm not into the graphics that much. Mary Lou says, I watched the beginning. I have to finish watching. Yes, my guys called you all. My guy calls you all the hand people. I was asking Mary Lou if she watched my hand people Saturday morning. Rebecca Jean is saying, Mary, I really like the back side of the wallpaper, the gray pattern. She's got a point there. If there's nothing on the other side of that gray pattern, it would. There's a bug flying in here is really annoying me. Annoying me worse than the trolls. I don't see any trolls in here. I think we've been pretty good with no trolls tonight. And here's back where Becky, Allie K asks, is Mary making a journal cover? And Becky says, I think she's covering a box. I giggle out of that. I think she's covering a box. So welcome to everybody who came in and is still with me. We got 23 in here now. I think people are going to bed. Mary's desk looks good. Yeah, my desk. I'll tell you. I keep throwing everything in that box. I'm gonna have to clean out that box. Mitzi was here tonight. Mitzi and Rosemary and who else came in here that I haven't seen in a while? Sheree Van was here. Amber Rose. Hottie Popo. Hottie Popo was here. She's trying to beat the heat tonight, working in the yard. Janet Nash came in, or not Janet Nash, Janet Baum came in tonight. And Stephanie, Deliberately Creative, popped in tonight. A lot of these people I haven't seen in a long time. Okay, I'm up as far as I can scroll. So I want to thank you all for coming and joining me tonight. I'm 20 minutes later than what I intended, but there you go. So I'm going to use, I think I'm going to use this. Maybe I'll put these over here, and let's take this needle out. I'm going to set up my thumbnail here. Maybe I could get this completely out of the picture and just do the Tunisian. Maybe I just put that under a little to keep it. Maybe something, I'll get my tassel out here. Something like that. For the, get rid of the shine over here. That shine, I usually keep a paper over that. So thank you all for joining me tonight. I really appreciated seeing y'all. Jude hasn't been here. Hi, Rhonda. Welcome, Rhonda. She says, it's me, Rhonda. Jinx. Mary, from the time I've been watching, no trolls. I've been watching for a while. Good. Thanks, Rhonda. So I'm ready to leave. Tomorrow, don't forget, Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern, and Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Depending on whether I sleep tonight, I may or may not make it to either one. Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee, probably around 1 Eastern or 2 Eastern. I forget. Up around in that time. And Janet Young, Janet M. And tomorrow night, usually Lisa streams on Monday nights, but she's taking a little break, so I don't know if she's going to come on or not. And I will be back Tuesday morning. And, oh, I have to say, Tuesday is when we're getting our air conditioning on. I probably will come on at 4:30, but I'll probably leave around 7:30 because they're going to be here at 8, and they'll be working right under me. So it will not be comfortable to stay until 9 o'clock. So, have a great week, everybody. Make it a good one. Enjoy the beauty of this world. There's so much beauty in this world that we miss. So, look for it. Bye, everyone. Good night.